And welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. This meeting is being broadcast on Channel 35. For specific broadcast times, please contact Channel 35 directly. Board of Water and Power Commissioners, please say present for roll call. President Marks. Vice President KATZ. Present. Commissioner Ortega.
Present.
Commissioner TRAN.
Present.
I apologize, Commissioner PINDER.
Present.
5 board members are present. A quorum is constituted. Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We have some different people up here than we've had in the past in some of these chairs. So interim general manager, Dave Hansen, head of power, interim, Jason Rondu. Hello. Welcome to the cheap seats. And also you may notice that today we're in a little bit more sunlight. We've been able to open the drapes, so we're going to literally let the light in on government to make sure that we're as transparent as humanly possible here on the 15th floor. What I'd like to do is get right to it. We have a meeting today. There will be a few changes in the agenda, just some things that are going to be, one item in particular that we'll be deferring. But first I want to see if there's any remarks by the other commissioners. At this time? Okay. And then before we do public comment, I'd like to get us to approve the minutes if we could. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from our March 24th regular meeting?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Secretary, can you call the roll to approve the minutes just for the March 24th regular meeting?
President Marks.
Aye.
Vice President KATZ.
Aye.
Commissioner Ortega.
Aye.
Commissioner Pinder.
Aye.
Commissioner Tran.
Aye.
5 ayes, motion adopted.
Thank you. And is there also a similar motion to approve the minutes from our March 26th special meeting?
Same 2 characters.
Second.
I'll move until second.
Okay, Commissioner Pinder moved and Commissioner Vice President KATZ seconded.
Copy. President Marks.
Aye.
Vice President KATZ.
Aye.
Commissioner Ortega.
Aye.
Commissioner Pinder.
Aye.
Commissioner Tran.
Aye.
5 ayes, motion adopted.
Fine. And now we'll move on to public comment. First, noting that we have received also electronic comments by email from 18 people, which are duly noted, and we appreciate that very much. And for the people who are able to come downtown and be with us today physically, do we have speaker cards?
Yes, we do. Public comment is now open at this time. I have 2 speakers. During general public comment, members of the public may speak on any agenda item or any matter within LADWP's subject matter jurisdiction. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes per item with a maximum of 5 minutes total. If you choose to speak on a specific item, your comments must remain on topic. Otherwise, your time may be forfeited. You will be verbally notified when your time allotment has expired. The first speaker is Stephen S. Rados, who will be followed by David Bond.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Steve S. Rados. I'm the CEO of Steve P. Rados Incorporated, and I'm speaking regarding a bid that we submitted to the Department of Water and Power. We submitted it on January the 8th. It's for the Western Trunk Sewer Phase 2. It's contract 8070. As a little background, my father, Steve Rados, started our construction company in Los Angeles in 1922. We've worked all over the city of Los Angeles and for LADWP a lot. And I know DWP lines are hard to see because they're underground, but one example is 60 years ago, the pipeline that comes down next to the Cascades, as I call them, California Aqueduct in Sylmar, we built the pipeline for you in 1966. The DWP sent us, first of all, they questioned us on January the 20th, so about 12 days after the bid, as to why we did not submit a Form 55, which is your prohibited contributors form for one of the companies that we listed on our subcontracting form. We did submit the form for Steve P. Rados, Inc. We submitted it for our other subcontractors. We did not submit it for T&M Construction, and though their term says construction, they are supplying trucking by the hour, strictly by the hour, not to a designated DWP site, but to the wherever they want to take the dirt. They don't, I mean, they pull the truck up, we load it, and they go off. So they're not a subcontractor as far as we can understand. All of the forms, those forms refer to subcontractors. We did not name them or send in the form. They asked for some clarification about that on January the 20th by phone. Our chief estimator explained it to Miss Jamie Vasquez.
Excuse me, Speaker, your time is up.
She then emailed us on the 3rd of February asking further clarification. We sent an email explaining again why
Excuse
we
me,
did not
Speaker, your
name
time
them
is
or
up.
send in a form for the trucker because they're a subcontract, not a subcontractor. She asked for that form to be submitted, which we submitted that day.
Okay, Mr. Ados, thank you very much. We appreciate that. I know that your contract has not yet come before the commission.
Correct.
And is not on our agenda, but we appreciate the comments and, recommend that you talk to staff further.
Okay, well, I've brought copies of the protest. I have 6 copies here for everybody if they could. It just worries me because this will save, going to the second bidder will cost the Department of Water and Power $4.5 million. So if I can leave these for the board.
Yes, staff can take that. Thank you very much, Mr. Ados.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Bond, who will be followed by Nazanin Imami.
Good morning.
Hello. I'm here today to stop the abuse and harassment of LADWP management as they fail to support and staff remote facilities while creating stress and burnout for us field employees. As a 38-year LADWP civil servant, I have never previously seen or experienced upper management so neglectful and of their duties and responsibilities while harassing and abusing us remote field employees. By removing personnel originally working at my facility, the Pine Tree Wind Farm, and failing to replace them, we are over 6 years behind in our maintenance of the facility, having great challenges acquiring expensive, unique, and or obsolete equipment. As the number 2 senior electromechanic, my job task is maintaining and repairing wind turbine generators in the Mojave Desert. However, I spend 6 to 8 hours a week doing helper things such as replacing fire extinguishers, AED coordinator, and the oil house, when an entry-level person could be doing that, not someone with much experience and skill as I, so I could be working on my real task, repairing wind turbines. One LADWP manager, Robert P. Gonzalez, has created or had created a 77-page Skelly package that I was delivered on October 17, 2025, during the IBW Local 18 election that I was running for president of. For 2 5-minute driving incidents that occurred over 2 years previously. When my union rep responded stating this was unnecessary and deserves no discipline, Manager Robert Gonzalez responded fraudulently stating this was corrective. With no benefit for any party involved and no replacement for my absence, and our facility so far behind with maintenance schedules, it is wasteful as for LADWP. With my personal life, this has and continues to cause mental and monetary stresses, as well as digestive and sleep deprivation. With my quadruple bypass, in April 2021, my cardiologist joked recently saying, "Are they trying to kill you?" No manager should or need to interact with
Speaker,
field
your time is
employees,
up.
as first or second level supervision are the proper chain of command. But we at Pine Tree have been missing one or the other to this date since 2019. With no help or second level
Speaker, your
supervisor or
time is
senior
up.
supervisor. Well, my request from this board is to make sure that here we are at the end. This board can, as is my request, direct and mandate LADWP management to stop violating our LADWP city, state, and federal rights, allowing us to be and feel supported, be protected, and as beneficially effective and efficient while here working for the citizens of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Mr. Bond, thank you very much. And also for your years of service, and I know it's difficult, manning a wind farm and making sure you had the right people, there doing the job with you. So we appreciate the comments.
Yes, but 61-year-olds probably shouldn't be climbing 200-foot ladders just to get to work.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, sir.
And I would remind the next speakers, if you could please, to adhere to the time limits and also to the instructions that are being given by the board secretary and assistant secretary.
The next speaker is Nazanin Imami.
Good morning, President Marks and honorable member of the boards of Water and Power Commissioners. My name is Nazanin Imami, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Parkia Engineering and Construction Incorporated. I would like to extend my congratulations to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and to Pinnacle Power Services Incorporated. While we initially raised concerns during this process, we appreciate the professionalism and diligence demonstrated by the department's staff. They have addressed our concerns and assuring us of their thorough and careful evaluation process. We respect their judgment and are confident in their due diligence, and therefore, we fully support the award. As a Construction Contractor of the Year awardee and a woman-owned business, Parkia remains committed to delivering safe, high-quality, and exemplary service on our current projects, and we look forward to continuing to support the department in future opportunities. We sincerely value our longstanding relationship with LADWP and appreciate the dedication and professionalism of its leadership, staff, and employees. Thank you for your service and your time today. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Martin Marufo present? Martin Marufo? Public comment is now closed at this time.
Okay. Do we have a report by the interim general manager, Dave Hansen?
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners. As you mentioned, there's been a number of leadership changes since we last convened at a regular board meeting. This is my first meeting as the interim general manager. I'm deeply honored to have this opportunity. Thank you very much, and I look forward to leading the department to continue to serve water and power for the nearly 4 million people in Los Angeles. I'm pleased to share several other changes on our leadership team. As you also mentioned, Jason Rondu is now the interim chief operating officer and senior assistant general manager for the power system. Jason reports directly to me and will lead our power system, helping it navigate emerging industry challenges and accelerate our progress towards a more resilient, customer-focused, and forward-thinking organization. Also, Emil Abdel Shahid has been named interim assistant general manager for planning and modernization. Emil reports to Jason. Previously, identify yourself, Emil.
Oh, my.
Previously, he was the director of Power New Business and Electrification. Emil now oversees the Planning and Innovation, Capital Projects, Energy Control Center, and Grid Reliability, and the Advanced Technologies Infrastructure Group. Additionally, John Vanacore has been named the Chief AMI Officer. John will report directly to me and will lead our Advanced Metering Infrastructure, AMI, rollout strategy that includes disciplined execution, cross-functional coordination, and clear accountability of all groups involved in the deployment of meters to our customers. So please join me in welcoming Jason, Emil, and John to their new roles. And I'll kick it to Anselmo for a water update.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning, Commissioners. A couple of things I wanted to update you on. Let me first start out with the Hyperion Advanced Water Purification Ribbon Cutting event that took place on April 1st. This is a collaborative project between LADWP and LA-SAN, and it produces 1.5 million gallons of advanced purified recycled water. That water is being sent to LAWA, to the airport, as well as for usage at the plant. During the event, we had many speakers, including Commissioner KATZ that was there, myself, as well as Tracy Miramide, who was the interim general manager at LA-SAN, and many other speakers. The great thing about this is that this is proof of concept that Pure Water LA and the idea of recycling the water from Hyperion and using it for indirect and eventually direct potable reuse is quite possible. So this was a great event that took place at Hyperion. In addition, I wanted to touch a little bit on water supply, as I typically do. As you know, April 1st marks an important date because that's the beginning of the runoff year for us. But also, on April 1st is when we take the measurement of the elevation at Mono Lake. This year, same as previous years, LADWP, as well as the Mono Lake Committee and some other partners, went out to Mono Lake and measured the elevation. The elevation on April 1st was 6,382-foot elevation. What that means is that the city of LA is allowed to export up to 16,000 acre-feet of water for this particular year because of the elevation of Mono Lake. It has to be within a particular range. So that was done, and now with that information, we are working on the annual operations plan. The Mono Basin Annual Operation Plan, the draft will be released tomorrow, April 15th, and the final plan needs to be submitted to the State Board by May 15th. In addition to the Mono Basin Plan, we also developed an AOP, or Annual Operation Plan, for the Owens River Valley. That one, the draft is coming out on April 20th, and it is due final a month later, meaning May 20th. Now, just taking a step back at water supply, a month ago or so, we were 100% normal in the snowpack. The month of March proved to be one of the warmest Marches that we've had in a long time. So we went from having 100% snowpack in the Sierras, in the Eastern Sierras, down to 24%. That tells you how much snow melted so quickly in a month. That is very unusual. It's only happened 3 times since the 1930s. The good news is that we've been able to collect that water in our reservoirs, so most of our reservoirs are pretty full right now. So we'll still benefit from it. Typically, it stays as snow for a while, and it slowly melts. So that means that from a runoff perspective, starting April 1st, we expect that we're going to get around 79% of normal runoff for the Mono Basin and 71% of normal for the Owens Valley. Now, we still believe that that'll be enough water to provide approximately 40% of all the water that we supply the city of Los Angeles. On a yearly basis, we supply around 500,000 acre-feet. So we believe that we'll be able to get close to 200,000 acre-feet of water coming from the LA Aqueduct, from the Mono Basin, as well as the Owens River Basin. So at the state level, their snowpack right now is around 23% of normal. So they saw it in the exact same condition. Really high snowpack starting March, and at the end, they ended up around 23% of normal. However, the 2 major reservoirs, which are Oroville and San Luis, both of them are sitting around 90% fill. So once again, we have no concerns about water supply for this upcoming year, but certainly we're all managing the early runoff that we're experiencing. And as you know, we did have a little bit of rain and snow this past weekend. In the Eastern Sierra, we actually got around 1 foot of snow that fell, and that equates to approximately 1.8 inches of snow water equivalent, meaning how much moisture there is in that foot of snow. Down here in Los Angeles, we got around 0.25 or a quarter inch of rain, bringing the total for downtown LA to 17 inches of rain. That's around 2 inches more than on average. So, and we've been able to capture a little over 97,000 acre-feet of water. So that's water storm water that's been collected by the county. They hold it back and then release it after the storm. It goes into our spreading basins and it percolates into the ground, recharging the San Fernando Basin. So all in all, we expect to have a normal year from an operational perspective and a water supply perspective. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
May I just ask, so you mentioned the 2 reservoirs. My concern, are they in perfect condition? There's no problems with the reservoirs in any respect?
The 2 reservoirs that I mentioned from the state, Oroville and San Luis, and as far as I know, there's no issues with them. Oroville had an issue many years ago with the spillway structure, which the state invested a significant amount of money and rebuilt the spillway. A couple of years ago, I actually had a chance to go and do a tour. That spillway is the width of a freeway now. It is humongous, and it can move a lot of water, but I'm not aware of any concerns with the reservoirs.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right, thanks, Anselmo. We'll kick it to Mr. Jason Rondu right now for a power update.
Okay, good morning, Commission. I'd like to start with recognizing on April 18th, it will be National Line Workers Day. So something that we're very proud to celebrate because, as we all know, we have a significant portion of our workforce where we're able to build and maintain our assets. So line workers are utilized from everything from blue sky events where we're building and restoring, aging infrastructure to enabling more power to the Port of Los Angeles, the airport, but also during extreme events like wildfires, like high wind events. So they're there, rain or shine, and so we'd like to recognize them. Along the same topic, on May 16th is our Lineman's Rodeo out at our Truesdale Training Center. So for those of you on the board that are available and interested, that is an incredible event to come and see firsthand some of the skills and the very complicated, very highly technical, and very physically demanding work that they do. And it's also a very family-friendly event as well. So for those who have children who'd like to bring them along as well, I've been the last several years, and I think it's a great event. We did, unfortunately, have an employee injury last week related to some preparation related to competing at the Lineman's Rodeo. We had an employee fall, have a fracture. We're still working on the root cause of what that injury was, but what our Chief Safety Officer, Dan Ashelman, has done is immediately begin to look into that and see if there's opportunities to affirm the safety judging of our Lineman's Rodeo to make sure that for folks that are trying to perform and achieve high scores, that the safety component is accurately scored and judged as well. We also are happy to report that the EV charging agreement for Fort Independence is executed. It's a negotiation that has been going on for quite a while. It's a great opportunity for us to partner with the tribal leadership who has expressed their gratitude and their appreciation for us partnering. It's a great opportunity for us to get additional EV charging and opportunity for revenue for them as well, and to provide infrastructure in an area that definitely needs the infrastructure to be built out there.
Okay, I don't know about, just before you go on, the tribal issue, not issue, but where is all of this located?
Yeah, so Emil, I'd like to call you up to give a quick summary, maybe just a 1-minute summary of the project itself, where it's located, and I know the agreement was just executed, but also talk about when we expect to actually see the charging infrastructure built out. Emil?
Sure. So the project's going to be located up near Fort Independence, up in the Owens Valley. It's going to have a number of DC fast chargers, approximately 25 DC fast chargers, plus some solar and some battery infrastructure as well. And it's a great project. There's a lot of availability up there. The need for electric vehicle charging, there's a huge need up there. So for traffic going up or coming down, there's going to be available charging for them through our partnership with the tribe out there. So that's a quick summary.
Thank you very much. In meeting with the tribal leaders from Fort Independence, I know this was a really high priority for them, and I thank you for moving this agreement forward in a timely way. I also happened to receive an email from a member of the public concerned about the lack of charging in the area, so the timing is really good, not only to support the tribe, but also to create this public infrastructure that will make a big difference for people traveling back and forth from LA to the Owens Valley. So thank you very much.
And thank you for that additional information. I should have known you would be on top of that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Emil. And the last topic I've got is a report out on our Boulder City tour that we conducted on April 7th and 8th. I'd like to thank Board President Marks and General Manager Hansen for joining our staff. We took them up on what was the first and second tours focused on our power system. And we went to our Victorville switching station, we went to the Boulder City, our Boulder Lodge, and the Hoover Dam. And I thought, from my perspective, we often are working on a lot of incremental change over history, and we're now at a period where we're at transformative change. And I think seeing the work that had been done there 90 years ago was a really amazing inspirational moment for, I think, a lot of us. But it's also a reminder of what it takes to power the city of Los Angeles, and we just would like to thank those who were able to attend and those who were not able to attend. We definitely will be conducting this tour on a periodic basis, so we will absolutely make the time to bring you all up there as well. And to wrap this up, I'd like to thank Legislative Affairs Director Paul Habib and his staff, John Gregory, and everybody on his team that put in a massive amount of work to get this thing done. Very proud to be part of that tour, and thank you all for the support on that.
I'd like to also, having been on the tour, thank you very much, and also thank Paul and the Liga team. It was first class all the way. We had many members of city council staff who were present, and I think it was a good way for them to see kind of the breadth of what we here at the department are doing, and in particular also city council member Imelda Padilla joined us for the entire trip, and even included a few days after we got back photos from it in her regular newsletter to her constituents. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Zariah is filling in for Mr. Joe Romalo, that's feeling under the weather. Z, you want to tell us about Bring Your Children to Work Day?
Absolutely. It helps if I turn my mic on. So, good morning, Commissioners. On April 1st, we welcomed over 400 children here to our John Ferrara building for our annual Bring Your Children to Work Day. It truly was a dynamic day of exploration, learning, and connection with a full slate of hands-on STEM activities for our young visitors. Our employee resource groups and our professional resource groups really were central for the day's success. Between them both, they hosted interactive booths, guided children through hands-on STEM projects that really encouraged their curiosity and some problem solving. We also hosted a career panel for our children that spoke about the wide array of opportunities available to them here at AWP, and we also gave them the opportunity to ask questions about future pathways for them. So this year's fantastic event once again showcased the department's commitment to education and workforce development. It truly was inspiring for all of those that were able to participate to be able to give the children of LADWP employees the opportunity to see how their parents, their neighbors, their family members come to work every single day and truly make a difference for our Los Angeles community. So I had the privilege of hanging out with a few of them, and to see them kind of have this look of awe in their face and really thank their parents for, for the work that they do every single day was absolutely just a joy to see. So grateful for the opportunity.
May I just add that Commissioner Rudy Ortega and I were in the garage area getting ready to go out to the 825 building to tour it. And we were standing there, I don't want to say fat, dumb, and happy, but we were standing there anyway, when this family comes through the parking lot, and they have these two children with them. It reminded me for the first time I really like kids, because these were some nice little kids. So being a little more familiar with DWP, and that, first of all, I couldn't figure out why they were there, because I didn't know it was Bring Your Children. So I went into former attorney mode, like, why are these kids down here in the garage? But quickly somebody said, they're here for Bring Your Kids to Work. So then I grabbed Commissioner and we stepped forward and I said, well, we're commissioners and we're just so happy to see you. And we just had our own. So then someone said, well, let's take pictures. I was like, oh God, let's take pictures. So they were the two cutest kids. They were with the dad who worked here and the mom. And I just didn't know children were still that polite and sweet and interesting. And they were telling us what they had already seen. And we were starting to shuffle after a while, like, are they going to go or what? Because we still have to go on. But anyway, we had the best darn time meeting two children just in the garage. And it just set the mood for us, don't you think? And then they could see our vehicles down there and the energy, that we were trying to save. But it was just wonderful. So I'm just telling you my little one experience, and it really was a very good and warm experience. Yes. So thank you for letting me boss you around. Yeah.
We also have a new engineering recruitment video that HR Recruitment and Community Communications has been working on. This highlights the perks of working here at LADWP and the remarkable initiatives that our engineers get to be a part of to shape the future of the department and our city. Take a look. Well, that was it.
Can't win them all.
We're working on it. While they're setting that up, I'll say I've really appreciated all of the career-related resources. The website has gotten pretty well developed. I've had some young people approach me wanting to learn about careers at DWP, and when I pointed them to the resources that were there, it sort of answered all of their questions and has made it easy for people to come to the department. I particularly appreciate the student engineer program. I know I've met DWP employees who've been here 20 plus years who started as student engineers, and it's just such a really wonderful opportunity for young people around the city to, you know, get an opportunity to start working at the department and really building this meaningful and, you know, well-supported public career. So.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's making an impact. It's definitely, back in the day, you had to know somebody to be able to get in here because the process is a little convoluted, but I believe Anselmo Collins started as a student engineer. So
Oh, nice.
let that be a model for how high you can go.
Exactly.
Absolutely. 35 years ago, I became a student engineer, and I'm still here. So it's a great
learning, huh?
program.
Still
Yeah.
learning.
Still learning, absolutely, every single day. But it's a great program. It's been going on for a long time, and it's a great opportunity, not just for the students to get experience, but for us to also see what's out there and be able to engage with them. It's an investment that we make in time and money, but it's well worth it because there are many of us who used to be student engineers that are now working here, and
Yeah.
it's been a great career.
Yeah, and I think it really speaks to the quality of the program, how many student engineers end up developing full careers at LADWP, that they're really given the support and resources they need to pursue that career. So thank you. I think they may be ready now. Yay.
We have our video.
Except for the sound part.
Does that audio?
Yep, she's talking. They just wanted to see if you were really prepared.
The show must go on, Commissioner Pinder.
It looks like it's just not on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just click that little.
Is it us?
No,
Oh, they.
I think it's on the AV side. They'll get it.
Well, we'll bring that back to you at a later date. And finally, I just want to acknowledge Ann Santilli and Tracy Pierce, who each have been nominated for the LA Times Studios' prestigious LA Executive Forum and Leadership Awards. This award honors leaders who have demonstrated exceptional leadership and contributions to their fields over the last 1 to 2 years. Ann and Tracy have demonstrated considerable success, excellence, professionalism, and awesomeness while carrying out their roles here at LADWP. I'm very proud of them that they've received these nominations. Ann in the Chief Financial Officer category and Tracy in the Chief People Officer or Head of HR category. Honorees and finalists will be announced during the live awards event on June 8th. Both are already winners in all of our minds.
Congratulations.
Let's give them a round of applause.
And that completes my report.
Yeah, and I would say, having worked with both Ann, with you, and with Tracy, I'm hugely impressed. And the way that the department is managed reflects, you know, not just the person sitting in the general manager's chair, but it reflects the entire organization, top to bottom, and the quality of the management that we have, as represented by both of you, and is well deserving of awards like this. So thank you.
Thank you.
We had a rule in the power system, we don't get in trouble with Ann. So Jason, please continue on like that and be more like your brother Anselmo.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Good. Well, thank you for the reports. We appreciate that. Did you want to do the video, or is that not? No. Okay. Good. In that case.
Or did they figure it out?
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. We may or may
If
not.
they don't sort it out for today, would love to be sent a link to review because it looks great.
Yeah, it does. Good. Thank you. And thank you all. So Tim O'Connor, we turn to you for the OPA's remarks and comments.
Are you passing out pickles today or lifesavers?
Well, today was about 2 hours from being impromptu bring your kids to work day. So I am here by myself. Thankfully, my child is in LA Unified, happy, and am here to elevate 3 items before the board today. One is regarding filed item number 7, the Financial Services Organization report. I talk about this item as an opportunity to just highlight that we continue to work with the CFO's team to review the preliminary budget for the upcoming year. We are preparing analysis and we'll be writing comments on that. We've had a substantial back and forth with the team and very much appreciate the information that's been provided. At a point in the future, we'll be providing written comments to the board for consideration around the preliminary budget for its consideration for adoption as a final budget. We also provided today written comments on item for approval number 7 regarding the proposed purchase of a building at 865 South Figueroa Street. We support that measure as proposed and are available for additional discussion or comments as desired by the commissioners, and look forward to seeing if that item does get approved, what it can really do in terms of creating new opportunity for growth, for positive culture, for momentum of this department as it continues to pursue its ambitious endeavors in that new space and undertakes a very important program to upgrade this building that we sit in today. And finally, on item for approval number 9, we've been in active discussions with the power system, both on the contract as well as on contractor management regarding this type of work. Appreciate the additional information that was provided by the teams in support of this, and look forward to learning more about how the department will continue to track the contractor performance and the ongoing expenditures in this contract as well as other contracts on this really critical infrastructure work to maintain reliability and cost-effective service going forward. And so with that, I'll turn it back to the agenda.
Good. Thank you very much. Any commissioners have a question for Mr. O'Connor?
No, just as always, thank you for this really quite thorough analysis you did on the item. It's very helpful to get the additional input and background. Also have appreciated all of the detailed analysis from our real estate team and financial expertise and investment expertise from our board president that was very helpful in feeling confident in this decision. Thank you.
In particular, I also want to thank the office for their detailed work in understanding that it is for the growth, the positive involvement of everyone, and a generally upgrade. It's hard for people who look out and see these buildings to wonder, well, why do you have to move? I mean, this is kind of like, to some people, their grandma's house or their granddad's house, and this building has a long, great history. But they don't see the inner seams. They don't see that it's expanding. They don't see the technology and the other areas that have to be placed somewhere that just simply cannot fit in this building. So the fact that you represent the public and you've been able to scrutinize and look at it and look at every dime and dollar, that this is just not us trying to be, one of the new kids on the block. This is just very, very important. It'll certainly long last my being off the board. So anyway, I'm just very, very pleased that it meets the understanding of the people's representative. We think we know what we're doing, but you represent the people, so it really matters greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to turn then to items that we might take on a consent vote. There's one item I would like to call special. And that is the one of the ones you just mentioned. It's item 9, N9, which is the approval of contract number 641 for services for the overhead maintenance and repair work. Is there anything else that anybody wants to call special? Okay, and before we take our vote on that, I'd also like to mention for Valerie Flores from the city attorney, there is an item in the agenda for our closed session. It's item 05, which is a public employee performance evaluation, and we're going to defer that item, so we will not be considering that today in closed session.
Wait a minute.
Is there any other item that any member of the commission wishes to remove from the consent vote?
No.
Fine. Thank you very much. In that case, Madam Secretary, please list remaining items for approval for consideration.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Item N1, N2, N3, N4, N5, N6, N7, and N8. May I have a motion and a second?
May I have a motion? Thank you. May I have a motion and a second?
I would
go
so
ahead.
move.
All right. Second?
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
President Marks?
Aye.
Vice President KATZ?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortega?
Aye.
Commissioner Pinder?
Aye.
Commissioner TRAN?
Aye.
5 ayes, motion adopted.
Good. Thank you very much. And now we'll turn to some management reports, starting with a good one, the presentation regarding the Society of Women Engineers. So I invite you please to come forward to share your information with us.
I should have worn my SWE button. Oh, I just said I should have worn my SWE. Can I have one from them?
Oh, my.
What group is that lead? What group is that?
All the people, all the contractors.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sit up. Testing. Okay. Is on? Okay. Good. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners and executive managers. My name is Chloe Garrios, and I am a civil engineering supervisor in the Interagency Initiative section of the Power, New Business, and Electrification Division, and the president of LADP Society of Women Engineers Professional Chapter. Presenting with me today are Vice President of Water, Fabi Perez, and Vice President of Power, Arvik Petrosian. It is with great pleasure that we present to you our 6th annual report for fiscal year 25-26. In our presentation today, we will provide an overview of important topics such as our beginnings and our mission, introduction of our board of directors, our objectives, event highlights, our mentorship program, and update on SWE National Conference that was held in New Orleans, Louisiana, and we'll end with our future plans and goals. Our organization was established in March of 2018, and in just 8 years, we have grown into a vibrant and engaged community of more than 300 members. We continue to welcome new applicants as interest in our mission expands across the organization. Our membership today reflects the broad diversity of employees who are committed to advancing our goals. 74% female, 26% male, and 17% non-STEM employees. This diversity strengthens our network and reinforces our belief that inclusion drives innovation. Our mission is simple yet powerful: to empower employees to reach their full career potential by providing supportive networking opportunities, mentorship, and a culture that recognizes and values the contributions of all individuals. At this time, I would like to introduce our board and advisors. If you're present in the room, please stand to be recognized for your leadership and service. Yay! It has been an absolute privilege to work alongside such a dedicated, passionate, and committed group of leaders. Each of you has invested countless hours, often during personal time and lunch breaks, to support our initiatives and help us deliver on the goals we set for our members. Many of our board members balance demanding responsibilities at work and at home, raising children and caring for their families, yet you still chose to show up, give your time, and make a meaningful impact on this organization and our community. I also want to extend a sincere thank you to our members. Your willingness to step in, support our events, and contribute wherever needed has been essential to our success. SWE simply could not operate at the level without your energy and generosity. A special thank you as well to our executive advisors, Helen Oliveras and Adriana Perez. Your guidance, advocacy, and steady support have played a critical role in shaping our direction and ensuring that SWE continues to grow with purpose and impact. We are truly grateful for your leadership and partnership. To everyone listening today, I want to offer a call to action. If you feel inspired by our mission, we welcome you to join us. Whether you can volunteer a few hours, contribute a specific skill, or simply lend your support, there is a meaningful role for you in SWE. And to our male colleagues and management leaders, we especially invite you to partner with us as advocates. Your involvement amplifies our impact, helps remove barriers, and strengthens the culture of inclusion we are building across LADWP. I am deeply grateful for everything you have done, continue to do, and will do, not just for SWE, but for LADWP as a whole. So thank you. I will now turn it over to Fabi, who will present the next section of our report.
Thank you, Chloe. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Fabi Perez. I am a Civil Engineering Associate in the Water Operations Division in the Transmission Operations Group and serving as Vice President for SWE representing water. I will now resume with the presentation. SWE's core objectives are to transform, recruit, and support. We strive to transform the next generation by sparking an early interest in STEM. One of our key partnerships is with the Girls Academic Leadership Academy, GALA, and our partnership with Communications and Community Affairs continues to provide opportunities for our members to participate in outreach events at high schools throughout our service area. We also support the department's recruitment efforts through close collaboration with the HR team and local university SWE chapters. Our team actively provides recruiters for national and regional conferences, as well as all events at nearby universities, strengthening our pipeline of diverse and highly qualified talent. Sorry about that. We support our members by providing access to professional development opportunities, mentoring programs, networking events, and resources designed to help them grow and advance in their careers. Throughout the year, we organized a wide range of events focused on 4 key areas: education, social and networking, professional development, and recruit and outreach. We recently hosted a California PE survey exam review class taught by Roberto Sedano, survey supervisor, with about 20 members in attendance, including in-person and virtual. Last year, our members attended the SWE Professional Development Conference and the 2025 National SWE Conference in New Orleans. We also continue to participate in Evening with Industry events hosted by the University SWE chapters. This year, our members have already attended events at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and Cal State Northridge. These events not only enhance the department's visibility and support our recruitment efforts, but also provides students with opportunities to connect with industry professionals and exchange insights. The mentorship program. This year, we have partnered with SHIP and SB to develop a new and enhanced professional resource group mentoring program, which we plan to launch soon. The goal of this program is to continue to support mentees to advance into LADWP's next generation of leaders with guidance from experienced mentors from all 3 PRGs, SWE, SHIP, and SB. This program will expand our pool of mentors and enable them to share their knowledge and expertise with a broader group of mentees. This program will aim to support both personal and professional development, build a strong network of mentorship, and provide valuable insight into career growth, leadership, and work-life balance. I'll now hand it over to Arvik, who will be sharing a recap of the 2025 SWE National Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabi. Good morning, commissioners and everyone at the dais. My name is Arvik Petrosian, and I serve as the Vice President of the Society of Women Engineers representing Power. I'm also an electrical engineering supervisor in Test and Technical Services section within Power Substation Operation and Maintenance Division, focusing on field operations. In recent years, we've seen more women entering field roles as technicians and engineers and moving into supervisory positions, underscoring their essential and expanding contributions to our technical hands-on work. This progress is exactly why attending the SWE conference is so valuable. It brings together thousands of women in engineering and technology to share experiences, strengthen leadership skills, and build the confidence needed to pursue long-term careers in these critical fields. The SWE National Conference is an annual event that draws on average 18,000 to 20,000 future and current engineers for one of the largest engineering events of the country. This past year, the SWE Conference was in New Orleans, as mentioned earlier. Nearly 14,000 folks attended in person, with 324 organizations participating in WE25 Career Fair. LADWP actively recruited for engineering positions, hosting a career fair booth, as well as on-site interviews and promoting its summer 2026 student engineer program. In terms of recruitment, in total, we had 407 visitors at our booth during the career fair, 86 job applicants, 58 interviews conducted, and 19 job offers accepted. Oh, my. That's great. We encourage department.
Were they accepted or kidnapped?
They were accepted. So we encourage department employees to also submit session abstracts to become speakers at the conference. This process offers individuals valuable opportunities for growth and development by allowing them to showcase their research, receive feedback from peers, and enhance their professional visibility. The selection process is highly competitive, with SWE National receiving more than 1,000 abstracts each year. 3 department employees were selected to present their abstracts to attendees as session speakers. In terms of attendance, the department sponsored over 30 LADWP employees to attend the conference in person for various roles. Lastly, to promote brand recognition, we've been a corporate sponsor since 2023. This sponsorship allows us to place our logo on the water bottles given to every conference attendee. We also sponsored the closing keynote speaker event. LADWP's Chief Resiliency and Emergency Management Officer, Soraya Oliver Griffin, provided inspiring remarks to student and professional attendees about her career journey, how it led her to LADWP, and the innovative work the department is doing to lead the way towards a more sustainable water and power future. The next WE National Conference, WE26, will be held in Boston, Massachusetts from November 5th to the 7th under this year's empowering theme, Radiate Change. LADWP is proud to once again participate and recruit at this year's conference. Our goal is to spotlight LADWP as an employer that offers excellent benefits, strong work-life balance, and exciting, meaningful work, from cutting-edge clean energy projects to critical sustainable water initiatives that support the city of Los Angeles. Earlier this year, in February, we hosted a WE26 conference abstract workshop for LADWP employees. The workshop provided guidance on crafting strong abstract proposals and navigating the submission process for those interested in leading speaker sessions or panel discussions at the conference. After several years of successful participation at SWE national conferences, we are committed to maintaining and strengthening LADWP's brand recognition. This remains essential for attracting the next generation of engineers and reinforcing our identity as a leader in sustainability and innovation. We strongly encourage all LADWP employees who are interested in attending WE26 to speak with their management early to obtain approvals. Whether you want to present, volunteer, support recruitment efforts, or simply attend for your own development, we want to encourage you to have the opportunity to participate. Your involvement not only benefits your own career, it strengthens our department's visibility, representation, and commitment to fostering women in engineering. Together, let's continue to radiate change and champion the future of engineering at LADWP. Now I'd like to provide a brief overview of our future plans as we continue to support our employees, strengthen transformational programs, and expand recruitment efforts across LADWP. Looking ahead, our focus is to broaden opportunities for professional development and employee wellness. We plan to offer a variety of learning opportunities, wellness-focused programming, and inclusive networking spaces. We also intend to provide additional resources to help employees prepare for career advancements and future leadership roles. We will continue building and maintaining key community partnerships that align with LADWP's mission. We also plan to support STEM outreach efforts, explore new wellness and engagement activities that bring our employees together, and encourage personal and professional growth. To highlight an upcoming event, SWE representatives will be attending the 2026 LADWP Women's Career and Wellness Expo scheduled for May 2nd, 2026. Our future efforts also aim to expand member engagement and increase visibility for LADWP at both national and local events, maintaining a strong presence at conferences and continuing to align with the department's broader outreach efforts. These future plans reflect our commitment to fostering development, building communities, and supporting a strong and inclusive workforce across LADWP. With that, I'd like to pass it back to Chloe to close out our presentation.
Thanks, Arvik. On behalf of the LADWP Suite Board and our members, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Board, DWP Executive Management, and all division leaders. Thank you for supporting our mission, championing our efforts, and empowering your employees as we create opportunities for growth and advancement. Your support inspires us and it strengthens our purpose and reminds every member that their voice and potential matter. As we move forward, we're excited to continue being a source of encouragement, connection, and opportunity for our members and for employees throughout the department. Together, we can build a culture where everyone is empowered to thrive here. So thank you. And Bobby has some stuff for you.
Water bottles. And we do have some water bottles for the commissioners, some freebies from SWE.
Thank you very much. And under the gift limit, I think.
Yes.
Thank you. I stopped by the SWE booth during the Women's Month Reservoir Walk along with Vice President KATZ and got a chance to talk a little bit. The work you're doing is terrific. It really is. I have a question. When you're in the national conferences and building the brand for DWP and had terrific success in attracting people to apply and ultimately some of them to be offered jobs and to accept them here, what's the main draw for people who are not from LA to want to come to do this?
Salary?
Is it our wonderful culture? Is it the sunshine? Is it the opportunities for professional advancement?
I think it's the weather. No, I'm kidding. Well, when we do the recruiting, we do talk about our day-to-day and our projects, and so that's a little bit, I think, motivating for them and encouraging that we do have work-life balance and all the benefits that we have, and we do let the students know of all the benefits, and we try to encourage them to move to California for the weather.
Very
Yeah,
good.
thank you.
I think your point is well taken too, that diversity and inclusion lead to innovation. And it's good for employees and for their development and their connection, but it's also good for the department as a whole and for the people we serve. So thank you very much.
I think a lot what we're doing in California with renewable, being on the power side, renewable energy, I think a lot of students that are in the energy sector, they look to California for what we're doing with renewables, and a lot of states aren't on the same page as us, so that's something that attracts them as well.
That's true. I've seen that with my students as well.
Yeah, I think, we take it for granted often being here in California just how innovative our utility is. And when you go on that national stage, you really get that sense. And I think that is a draw for young people. I also just wanted to thank you. I've seen firsthand over my years on the commission, the kind of community that you're building through these events and programs, and I've also seen firsthand the impact on youth. So I participated in a panel with SWE advisor Helen Oliveris at the Gala Academy, and who I think is also a student engineer, started as a student engineer and stayed for many years. So again, lots of those folks all over DWP. And you could just see these young girls' faces light up and their perspective change on the fly when they get to see an incredible woman leader like that who's been at the department through all of these years and started as a student, being able to share that journey. It makes it more accessible for current students, and it really makes a big difference, and I could see that live. So thank you for all the work you do. A lot of people don't know Gala is actually an LAUSD public school as a science academy for girls. It's really an incredible school, and it's been amazing to see the kind of impact that DWP and SWE are having at that school. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the themes that is buried in there is decarbonization. So I'm going to invite the next group to come up to talk to us a bit about the electrification plan for the Port of Los Angeles. The port, as many of you know, as they come up to the front, is a major source historically of emissions, of stationary emissions in particular, within the basin. And electrification of port operations is an important part of I would say cleaning that up, but making it better for the society broadly, but also in particular as a justice matter for the communities that are most impacted near the port. So please share with us your info.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Emil Abdel-Shahid, Interim Assistant General Manager over Power Planning and Modernization. And so I wanted to talk to you today about what we're doing at the Port of LA. This is a comprehensive multi-year strategy that we've been working on that includes aligning infrastructure investments and help the Port of LA accelerate their zero emission operations.
And so today we're going to cover our longstanding relationship with the Port of LA, what that electrification plan looks like, load forecasts, capacity, and the work that it's going to require to execute. And we want to talk about further talk about our relationship and the progress that we've made thus far in order to execute this and what's going to be coming after today. So I think one of the key things about our relationship with the Port of LA is not just the services that we provide there, but the impacts for the economic health for the city of Los Angeles, the state, and beyond. And as you mentioned, this electrification project is also going to support the neighborhoods that surround the Port of Los Angeles. And so much of this electrification plan was conceived or started through the Port of LA's Clean Air Action Plan, which is a comprehensive strategy to accelerate their progress toward a zero-emission operations in future. With that being said, LADWP supports over 100 substations for the Port of LA. We provide shore power for ships to plug in at the berths and try to eliminate diesel engine idling, and also support all the electrification that currently exists and what's going to be coming down the road. Together, we are working on these infrastructure upgrades that are going to support the overall electrification plan, which is approximately a $600 million project that we're going to be working and collaborating on. So when we look at the load growth planning, I want to sort of provide some focus on how this is one of the largest electrification infrastructure transformations probably in the country. It's not one data center. It's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be brought in to support the operations of the Port of LA. And it's an ecosystem, and everything needs to come together and work in synergy. And so the timeline of this planning effort started in 2022, working with the Port of LA jointly and the Electric Power Research Institute to put together a study. That study was published in 2023, and it helped support the Port of LA's grant application and what they received, a $412 million grant to support the zero emission transition. And that's really where the rubber meets the road. The funding is available, and now it's on us collaboratively working with the Port of LA, the maritime terminal operators, to really understand what their detailed electrical capacity needs are. And so shortly after that grant, we sharpened our pencils and started working closely with them. And we've come up with this phased approach to begin executing this additional demand, 95 MVA by 2028, 183 MVA by 2030, and 276 MVA by 2035. So that's where we stand today in terms of planning for load growth with the Port of LA. So a lot of the load growth that we have in the Port of LA really focuses on, I'm just going to go through, the animation threw me off for a second. So we have two various areas of the Port of LA. You have Terminal Island, which you can see here in the yellow box, and then we have the outer harbor area. So there's going to be several miles of conduits that are going to come through that area. And as you can see, it's a very interesting topography and geography. So we have to have shallow crossings underneath the waterways. Luckily for us, there's a lot of existing infrastructure that we're going to be able to leverage. We're also going to be building out several switching stations, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But essentially, there's a number of projects that are going to be executed to bring this project to fruition. When we look at the loads across these various areas, both the outer harbor and the terminal island, as you can see, the growth is going to be substantial in each one of those areas. Our total load today that supports some of the equipment that's going to be electrified is about 30 MVA, and that's not the total load of the Port of LA. But when we look at the growth that we're going to build out, it's almost 10 times what we're seeing today. So not only are we supplying the entire Port of LA today, but we're going to expand that out significantly. So this is just to kind of bring it in perspective as to what that growth is going to look like. And so the phased out approach for this project is going to be done in 3 phases. So to meet their 2028 goal of 125 MVA, we look to bring in 4 underground circuits to Terminal Island, which approximately are 2 miles. Our phase 2 project is requires a lot more infrastructure, a few more underground circuits, and then we have 2 switching stations that are going to be brought in. One key component of these switching stations is this scheme is a custom scheme that's been built or designed for the Port of LA. This is going to save all of the individual MTOs tens of millions of dollars. So instead of them having to each invest tens of millions of dollars for each one of their operations, we've sort of saved them we're looking at just a few $1 million that they're each going to need to invest, while the Port of LA and DWP work on the rest of that infrastructure. So it's a significant cost savings for each one of those MTOs. Plus, it brings a significant amount of reliability, resiliency specific for those customers. We're going to expand, as part of Phase 2, continue to expand our receiving stations that provide electricity to the Port of LA. And similarly in Phase 3, we're going to add another switching station that's going to be further down in the port, and once again continue to expand our circuitry to get to that switching station, which will provide service to those MTOs and the rest of the Port of LA. So we've been working on this, and we've been working on the environmental portions. We've got the approved LADWP negative declaration. The board approved that in March, so that's not updated here because it was in the queue. But we're waiting on the Port of LA for their environmental negative declaration, expecting that to be done in June of 2026. We've been working diligently on an MOU with the Port of LA that's going to govern how we execute this project. So we're very much at the tail end of that, with the T's and C's being finalized by our city attorneys, our mutual city attorneys, and then we'll be looking forward to bring that to the board in June of this year. And from the design perspective for Phase 1, we've already started the design in that, and everything is moving along what we consider to be on schedule and on target to meet our Phase 1 goals. And we're going to continue to work on Phase 2 and 3 as more information is available to us so we can build, design and execute. And here's just a general timeline without getting too into the weeds on the specifics. We look to execute Phase 1. Once that MOU is in place, we can start coordinating design delivery and construction activities with the Port of LA. Once that's in place, we look to have Phase 2 designed. We look to start construction at the end of 2027 for Phase 2. And Phase 3 construction is not scheduled to begin until the end of 2030, beginning of 2031. So at this point, we're going to continue to work through that. We understand some of the constraints and risks that we have in front of us, such as the Olympics that are going to be coming. There may be some impacts to the areas that we're going to be doing construction, but we will definitely be planning to work around that so it doesn't impact our overall timeline.
Does the bridge construction affect that?
It may affect some of that, yes. And so we're very aware of that. We've identified alternate paths so we can minimize the impact of that. But yes, there most likely will be some impact. And so, as part of reliability to the Port of LA, DWP recognizes this responsibility from a reliability perspective, but there's also a portion of that reliability that sits on the hands of the MTOs and POLA. And so we've worked with EPRI to perform studies with each one of the terminal operators and make recommendations so what they can do on their end to improve reliability. And they've met with each one of the MTOs to provide their recommendations so that they can work on executing that on their end. Some of those recommendations are, looking at the sensitivity of the equipment, being able to lower that so it doesn't react to various incidents that don't directly impact the port. Bringing in what we call ride-through capabilities, or being able to absorb some of these anomalies on our system that they today are seeing impacts from. And then from a DWP perspective, essentially the project that we went through is one of the main recommendations, but also looking at our existing infrastructure and some of the new stations that we're going to build out, make sure there's infrastructure available to create automatic transfer switches. So if there is an outage, we can automatically switch from one circuit to another. We all discussed the reliability of having an underground system. It's a trade-off. When you have an underground system, it's a little bit more complicated and takes more time to find the fault in the underground system versus an overhead. But that definitely will improve some of the reliability at the Port of LA, and some of the metering and some of the metering that we can have at the Port of LA will help us identify issues either before or things that we can proactively handle.
And Emil, before you move on from that slide, I want to underscore two really critical points from this slide. One is to achieve the things that we're trying to achieve with the port. And President Marks, you mentioned the substantial historical local air quality impacts that we stand to really address. To do that, our historical reliability metrics are simply not enough to measure what we're providing the port. So the equipment that's required for them to electrify is in many cases very highly sensitive. So our historical reliability, maintaining reliability is not good enough. We need to improve reliability and resiliency. The second thing that I'll mention is that Dave Hansen, in his prior role when he was in this seat, established biannual meetings, all hands meetings with the terminal operators, with the port leadership, the head of the port council office, and our internal folks to brief them on this information, because as we're trying to build out and design all of this work, we still have reliability issues to address. And so every time we have an outage, Emil is on the phone with the terminal operators to let them know, yes, we know what it is, if there's any additional information that you need to share with us. So while we're trying to plan for the future, we still are deeply engaged on a day-to-day basis with all of the key stakeholders throughout that process. So I wanted to highlight both the importance of reliability, but also communication through this entire process.
That sounds wonderful. This is a perfect time for me to ask then, are we the whole lift on this? Are we the whole financial Hercules on this? All the money is coming from us to that project?
No, the Port of LA secured a $412 million grant to support this project, so that's a huge lift. We do have some financial obligations as we do improve our infrastructure as well, and so do the maritime operators, the MTO. So it's going to be a shared cost amongst all of us.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that part. And do we have anything to do with the trucks that come into that area to pick up that equipment? Because for years, everybody in those neighborhoods are talking about these idling gasoline trucks or something. Is there any way that there was some segue that somebody, maybe with the harbor, figured this out, that they needed a holding place for these trucks, and maybe some of them become, electric as opposed to diesel or whatever it is they use?
So I think that's where our role is to support them on their electrification goals, both from truck electrification to electrifying their equipment at the Port of LA. I don't believe we have any decision-making on where they idle the trucks, but we definitely have an impact from an electrification perspective.
All right.
Well, can we dig into that for just a moment, since you asked it? I'm following up on what Commissioner Pinder asked. When you gave us earlier the load growth forecasts, which are considerable, especially for the outer harbor area, how much of that is driven, especially, I think, after you get over this initial electrification of ships, which will plug into port power while they're at dock? How much of that is driven by expected electrification of either drayage or other trucks or rail coming into the harbor?
From a percentage perspective, I don't have that information right offhand, but the key, I think, with what was requested is the MTOs are what are provided that request. So we do have their load forecasts and their demands, and we can look into what percentage of that load is directly related to truck electrification.
Okay. I'll hold my other question until you're done.
Okay. I was actually, the final piece is just kind of reiterating what Jason had mentioned in terms of our communication with the Port of LA. So on the working level, we're having hundreds of meetings across the board, whether from a premier accounts perspective, planning, engineering, new business. So we're constantly meeting with various entities and stakeholders at the port. Our managers are meeting with them on a monthly basis, and we have this engagement with them every 6 months with the MTOs, the executives at the Port of LA, so we can continue to maintain that constant communication and transparency, because our goal is to make sure they have the highest level of reliability at the Port of LA. So that concludes my presentation, and I could take any other questions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. One of the questions I had, and it ties into the reliability piece, not just for outages and redundancy, but also for power quality and power quality management, and that's the question of energy storage. and how much of, because when I saw what you're describing, what we're doing with respect to the switching station upgrades and the distribution network and so forth, I didn't see a lot on battery storage given space constraints, but that is, I'm sure, something which a lot of the terminal operators would be interested in partnering with DWP on.
Yes.
And also bidirectional charging when you've got electrification of both port power for ships and also of the trucking.
So all that's in play as part of our engagement with the MTOs. So there's not all MTOs, but there's definitely a subset that are looking at those options. We do have our vehicle-to-grid programs at LADWP that we hope that they can take advantage of. All of these upgrades are going to be needed to support any of that. As we look at bidirectional charging or having clean energy fed back into the grid. So all of these upgrades are going to support that. Additionally, the MTOs, in order to accept all of this additional power, they're going to be doing upgrades on their end to their infrastructure that's LADWP maintained and MTO maintained. So battery storage, resiliency, additional renewable energy is all part of their efforts to help us get this resiliency over there.
And that could have benefits for us for our own grid as well, not just what's happening for them as customers.
Correct.
Yeah, good. Other questions? Good presentation.
Yeah, no questions. I just want to thank you for this important work. This is, as Commissioner Pinder noted, the electrification of the port is of critical importance to many of our most vulnerable communities in LA, especially electrification of diesel trucks that have caused a lot of pollution in the area. And DWP infrastructure is such a key part of this. So it's really good to see the progress. We look forward to, the future items and continued updates on this topic, and just really appreciate this thorough update. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Marks, may I ask one brief question? We talked about the MOU that's coming before the board, I think in May. Are you able to provide any detail about what is likely to be in that MOU?
A lot of what's in the MOU is discussing some of the engagement, the rules of engagement that we're going to be entering with the Port of LA, who's going to be responsible for, working with the contractors, working with us and things along those lines. We can talk about specifics. I don't have the MOU in front of me, but we've been working on those specifics for several months now to get it to this point. So we can have a separate conversation to answer any specific questions.
Thanks.
So it's still in progress, so to speak.
Correct.
Thank you.
Most of the details are already outlined and agreed upon. It's the T's and C's that we're finalizing now.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Does any commissioner have any reports on committee activity?
I probably should say something about the retirement board. I think I've spoken to you in general, but at any rate, I am, as I've said, very honored to serve on the DWP retirement board. And they recently had their entire staff come to the retirement board meeting and telling us all the different things they do to keep this working. Again, they are very proud of the fact that they are 100%, excuse me, funded. But it's not a light thing. That took such diligence. So I would like a formal meeting here at the staff table of Linda Lee, who is in charge of the whole financial things, and whoever else she would want to have in attendance. And also, I would like to introduce this commission formally to the chair or the president of that retirement board, everyone is an employee or former employee except me. So while they might be in attendance, we pretty much have the president, anything he wanted to say, and of course Linda Lee and her crew. But I think it is the formal type of presentation that this commission needs to know. Because while we are so happy with DWP and all of our work, as the women engineers said when you were out, we joked about the weather. Yeah, the weather is fine, but so is the do-re-mi. And the do-re-mi is fine while you're working, but it's even better after you're not working. So these are all the intricate parts that go into making DWP. There's not a person sitting at this dais that is an employee that doesn't care already about their retirement. So it's just, let's not joke about one of the oars in the that's rowing this boat. And part of it is the benefits that you have. And we, at each meeting, by the way, we get a list of our retirees who have passed on. I make a point, I don't know them personally. I look at when they started, I look at when they retired, and I look at when they're expired. And those ranges of time are great. We don't think about it. They are great. And people look forward to their retirement. That's what makes them able to go over some of the moguls and some of the rough spots, because they know that there is something at the end of all of this that's really worthwhile. And I would love for you and the board, and I know you always have a very great agenda, other than making sure I'm in town for that, may we please get it on our schedule?
Oh, absolutely, Commissioner Pinder. And having met personally for briefings on the retirement system with Linda Lee and her colleagues, I agree. It's a rare thing to have a fully funded pension fund, and it's critically important. So we'll make sure that gets on the agenda.
I can take that action on it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I can give a couple brief updates because we've had some changes in commissioner assignments with our new commission. So Commissioner TRAN has joined me on the ad hoc committee that's focused on public works and DWP alignment, which also is connected to the climate cabinet on water resilience. And we've been deep in the weeds with LA-SAN and DWP and our water team on ensuring coordination around Pure Water LA. We'll have formal updates around Pure Water LA for the board at later dates, but just wanted to acknowledge that work is ongoing, and Commissioner TRAN is bringing to the table such deep experience with project management and construction and infrastructure, and we're really glad to have him as part of that work. And we are looking at potentially, we've done one within the past couple years joint board meeting with DWP and Public Works, and we may look to do another one of those, so we'll keep you in the loop, President Marks. So that work is going well. Commissioner Ortega has joined me in the ad hoc committee on biodiversity, and we'll be working with environmental affairs and sustainability on the annual reporting around DWP's progress on biodiversity. So that may also come before the board later this year, most likely in the summer. And then I'm looking forward to working with you, President Marks, on the sustainability and climate resilience as well. So much committee work happening. And then Commissioner Ortega and I will also be working on tribal engagement more broadly, and are currently looking into best practices around tribal engagement policies from other entities and resources from the state and other places. And our Owens Valley Tribal Committee continues its work in terms of meeting with tribal leaders in the Owens Valley. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Commissioner Trent, Commissioner Ortega, anything to add? Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you very much. We'll move on next to the filed items. There are 7 of them, one of which Mr. O'Connor mentioned already. Are there any specific questions that any of the commissioners have about any of the findings or information in the file? Hearing none, then I'd ask the Commission Secretary to please order agenda items K1 through K7 as so filed.
So filed.
Does any commissioner have any motion to introduce for consideration at a future meeting other than the action item that Commissioner Pinder has already requested? Fine. And Madam Secretary, did any formal positions come in, or were they filed by neighborhood councils?
No community impact statements were filed for any items on today's agenda.
Okay. That brings us then to voting. And I invite the staff to come forward to talk about the one item we've called out for special consideration, item N9.
I'd like to invite up Assistant General Manager over Power Distribution and Transmission, Brian Wilbur. Brian, take it away.
It's nice to see you in person and not on a Zoom screen.
And not on the video for. So, thank you. So this specific contract.
And sorry, I failed to introduce KATZ Aldaka. He's the manager of power specifications. So he's critical, and in fact, he's exactly who Brian would have called on the first question asked by the commission. So thank you, KATZ, for coming up.
You saw my panic look around when you called me. Thank you. So this contract's one of 3 contracts that we have for that supplements our field crews that are working. 641 is specific to south of Mulholland. A few meetings ago, we went over the north of Mulholland contract. Essentially, we've broken this contract up just for some variety of the contractors that are here. This is very specific on essentially addressing our PSRP work. So a few years ago, we did kind of make a directional change on concentrating specifically on poles to concentrating on where the required maintenance is. So our contractors now are really concentrating based on what we're getting from our inspection and maintenance contract, what's decided to be priority, and having them address those items. So that's a little bit of a change that's happened over the last few years in this contract. But generally, we've had this contract for many, many years. This one has a cumulative estimated expenditure of $281 million, not to exceed 351. This is a 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, essentially a 5-year contract, very similar to what we have for the north of Mulholland. Our third contract is strictly maintenance that covers all different areas, has been concentrating in the Palisades over the last year, but covers all the areas that kind of fills in at that point. Realistically, looking at this and some of the difference that you may see between the overhead contract for north of Mulholland versus south of Mulholland was the estimated how many poles, how many cross arms. But that's strictly an estimate based on the area that they are. There's a lot more cross arms south of Mulholland than there is north of Mulholland. It's a different construction that's used a lot in that area compared to what's down here. So that's some of the discrepancies that you see. Some of the other discrepancies is in strictly the amount of poles that are being done. And like I said, this is a supplement to the crews that we have. So a lot of the crews of our in-house field crews are doing poles, but our contractors are addressing more of the priority maintenance moving forward. And that's where you see some of these discrepancies on how we're doing our PSRP goals and how we're hitting those. So yeah, basically, if there's any questions specific that you'd like us to address.
You addressed some of the ones that I know we talked about separately, so I'm glad the whole commission can hear the benefit of that. And how many bidders were there?
I can answer that. There were 7 bids coming in. 7.
And this was the low bid?
The lowest bid, yes.
And with respect to, I having been out the Palisades with a group of people from the department and from the mayor's office recently, and seeing some of the poles and the cross arms and things, some of the work that's being done, and also looking at it in Hollywood separately, I take your point about the differences between north and south of Mulholland. What are the things that the department is doing, or any new changes in how the department is overseeing this type of work, including by third-party contractors, and kind of benchmarking the performance, especially as it's relevant to the idea of this being a 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 contract where you have this annual renewal to make sure that a renewal is warranted or whether it needs to be rebid?
Yeah, so
it's kind of a quality control, but also a project management oversight question.
Yeah, and the 1 + 1 is beneficial to us because it gives us the opportunity, as a contractor is doing well, right, to keep them moving forward. But what we've seen in some of our other contracts, right, where there is a safety issue or there's some concern about their work practices, that we can make that adjustment and as we go through. So giving us that type of control really helps us to do the contract this way specifically. As far as the work that they're doing and how they're doing that, kind of the focus of what we do is that priority based. So looking at what the priorities are, having other contractors. This particular contract does cover the Palisades, even though we have another contractor that's doing part of that area.
Right.
A lot of their work will be done in the Palisades, but it's mostly concentrated on the maintenance portion of it, not the new business portion of it or the new install portion of it.
Jason, do you want to chime in and talk about our PMO office that's been recently stood up in the power system and how that'll affect this contract?
Yeah, I think there's two initiatives that were kicked off in the last year or so. One is the project management office that Dave just alluded to, which we historically have not had. And the importance of that is the amount of capital work that we've got to do over the coming decades comes with a certain level of trade-offs, comes with a certain level of prioritization based on regulation, based on safety, based on climate goals and all of those sorts of things. And what we've not had historically is the ability to get the feedback to leadership in our organization of what the consequences of these various trade-offs are. So this is something that Dave put in place about a year ago. We hired a director of project management, Miss Alice Fung, and then we also initiated an asset management office. So this is another area where when we look at the amount of assets that we have as a publicly owned, vertically integrated utility, all the way from the generation side to the distribution side, the age of our assets, the extent of the assets that we have, the replacement cycles that we have them, and all of the detailed data that we need to make decisions on that, we simply didn't have that intelligence. And so we've leveraged some of the expertise that our Chief Risk and Compliance Officer, Joanne Martin, has brought in from an asset and quality perspective, and we looked at best practices, and we looked at our unique facets of what makes us, different from a lot of the other utilities where we can't just simply take a blueprint. We have to sort of tailor it to a way that makes sense for us. And I say all that because everything that we look at going forward has to be looked at through that lens of asset management. So we will be striving to look at ISO certification for that, and we actually do intend to present to this commission in the coming months what the vision for those various divisions are. So they've essentially laid out why these are important things for us to do. On the project management side, I think that's very often intuitive. Organizations and individuals are often rewarded for the projects that they complete. On the asset management side, those are often things that are under the radar, where, when it comes to safety, reliability indices, or replacement cycles, if the mismanagement of that often doesn't manifest itself for many years down the road. And so this is where we're trying to go forward with an ISO certification to make sure that we're committed as an organization in a way that will survive leadership changes. So we want to present that to all of you and kind of show you what our roadmap is, because some of this stuff will get off the ground immediately. Other things will take years to put in place, whether it's systems, whether it's best practices and that sort of thing. So bringing it back to the contract that we have in front of us, I think one of the things that we're going to be reflecting on is how we are assessing the performance of these. And I know we've had conversations today and in previous days where, do we need to look at not just the financial piece, but the operational, the quality, and the safety records of the performance of the various contractors that we have, that will help staff then make data-driven decisions on whether to continue these 1+1+1s or to potentially revisit that. So, Dave, I hope that addresses kind of what you were hitting at.
Yeah, thank you.
It does. One follow-up question, if I may. I'm sorry. The asset management, is that you're talking about, is that simply within the distribution system, or does that also apply to transmission and generation?
That'll apply to all of the assets that we own and maintain and operate. So there will be different categories, whether it's distribution, whether it's transmission or generation, or even beyond those different verticals within a utility. So the full scope of that, beyond what I just said, I don't know the full detail, and I think some of that scope may be being defined today of like what, can we boil the ocean tomorrow? Won't be able to do that. We'll have to sort of define what are our priority assets, and it will probably be the sort of core distribution, transmission, generation, but there may be more beyond that. But we will cover that in a little bit more detail when we do that formal presentation to this commission.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, if I may use your first name, Jason, I don't even know if we've ever spoken so much one-on-one, but I really like the deliverance of what you were saying. You didn't know that you were going to be saying this exact thing, but one of the things you said is the management or mismanagement of what we do now and how far that goes. It really goes beyond the professionalism or the work of anybody that's sitting here right now. Most of the things we do have that kind of foresight. We're sitting here debating over one little this or that or some odd millions, and the public does not understand that this really isn't about Joe Blow's contract and whether Harry got the contract or Matt got the contract. It is so much bigger than that, and I appreciate that that was on the tip of your tongue to say, because I even forget. I won't be here after whenever, because I sit at the pleasure of someone, but I'm signing things now that have a future impact far beyond my life. And I just think if that, and we all know it. I know you as chair, I know everyone here knows that, but to hear you say it really
address with me today. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that because it is something that Dave and I and staff have really thought deeply about. Of you can have the greatest plans, you can implement them, but the real value is often in when they're sought through. And like I said, with capital investment, it's if you've got a project that's delayed a year and over budget, you still got a ribbon cutting. Everybody shows up and pats each other on the back, and they should. When it comes to operations and day-to-day work and maintenance and that sort of thing, the motivation for us is not just how we can set that up, but how it will survive us. And you brought this up, Commissioner, earlier about what attracts folks to this organization, and it's the health of the organization, the success of the employees, and the benefit that we provide to the city. So I appreciate you calling that out because it obviously is very important to us.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Just a quick question for my own education. In the 1+1+1 model, when do we start the process of renewal?
I can cover that. So toward the end of the year, typically we get notified from our automated system, the ERSP system, that this contract coming to an end for the first year, and the contract administrator has that responsibility working with supply chain and determining are we going to renew or not. Do we have challenges, problems? We fill also contract performance evaluation sheets. That's part of our current program. That's all done toward the end of that period, and then we have that time to make a decision, are we renewing or not.
Is that month 10 you start the process, then you get that done in a month, and then you decide by month 11 and a half?
Correct. The 10th month of the year, that's a typical. Sometimes if we do exhaust more than 50% of the contract, and then we come also to determine, are we on good standing? Do we need more funds for the first year? So sometimes it gets triggered even earlier than 10 months. But the typical, if the spending on the contract is as planned and per the contract limit, it will be the 10th month. But throughout the whole year, the contract administrator is constantly working with the contractor, issuing the work, approving invoicing, dealing with any kind of challenges we face with this vendor. It's done throughout the whole year. It's not set and go kind of automatic administration.
And is there time to do a bid for an RFP for a new contract if the decision is not to extend it, or do you do a gap contract to cover that?
So a gap contract will jump in. To establish such a contract that requires the board approval will take time. Usually we'd like to be ready with a recommendation 2 months before we actually meet, plus the advertised period and determining. So that takes time. But as I mentioned, it's throughout the whole year. The contract administrator is monitoring this contract and how it's going, and if there's any issues and challenges early on, we can stop and pause and start working on a backup plan, a stopgap, or establishing a new contract, hopefully timely. So it's, again, when we award this contract, there's a lot of work for the contract administrator and his team, contract ops. They're constantly monitoring the performance, issuing of requests for the contractor to perform work in certain areas. What's the scope? Again, reviewing invoicing. If there's any safety concerns, will be brought up to the CA, and he will be working with supply chain, internal groups, in determining, are we having a problem? Do we need to meet with the vendor, bring them to the table, and have some serious talks about issues or challenges? So rest assured, it's not going to be an automatic award and we set and forget. So there will be a lot of activities for us from Brian Wilbert organization to maintain this contract and administrate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And if there's no further discussion, then I'll take a motion to approve item N9, the special contract award for 641.
Motion to approve item N9.
Second.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
President Marks?
Aye.
Vice President KATZ?
Aye.
Commissioner Ortega?
Aye.
Commissioner Pinder?
Aye.
Commissioner TRAN?
Aye.
5 ayes, motion adopted.
Thank you. Before we move into closed session, I wonder if I could ask our General Counsel or Acting General Counsel if you could state for the record the specific statutory authority and purpose for which we're doing so.
Certainly. The board shall recess into closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss 4 items. They will be discussed after a brief recess, not in the order appearing on the agenda. But first we will discuss, have a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation under section 54956.9D1 of the California Government Code. regarding the master complaint for the Palisades wildfire litigation in the action entitled Dan Grigsby et al. Versus the City of Los Angeles acting by and through the LADWP. That's case pending in Los Angeles Superior Court. It's case number 25 STCV 00832. And also two class actions entitled Sarah Silver versus City of Los Angeles et al., Los Angeles Superior Court case number 25 STCB 15521, and Lily Giuliani et al. Versus City of Los Angeles Superior Court case number 25 STCV 19925. The board will also discuss in a conference with legal counsel relating to existing litigation, three additional litigation matters. The first is Alfonso Carrillo versus LADWP, Los Angeles Superior Court case number 22 STCV 15787. The second is Atlantic Casualty Insurance Company versus LADWP, Los Angeles Superior Court case number 24, STCV 21904. Excuse me. And the third is a case entitled Carlos Lara versus LADWP, and that is Superior Court case number 24, STCV 13324. After the closed session, the board shall publicly report any action taken in closed section pursuant to Section 54957.1 of the California Government Code.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll move into closed session. Thank you. Ready? There being no, oh, wait.
Yes.
Do you want to read us out? The
Yes.
closed session? Thank you very much.
During the closed session today, the board considered and has a readout on 3 items. The Alfonso Carrillo versus LADWP case. The board agreed unanimously to approve a settlement in the amount of $150,000. In the case of Atlantic Casualty Insurance Company versus LADWP, the board unanimously agreed to settle the case for $450,000, and in the case unanimously. And in the case of Carlos Lara versus City of Los Angeles et al., the board unanimously approved a settlement in the amount of $275,000.
Okay, thank you very much. And there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.